Good afternoon. Please take a seat. We'd like to crack into it. Got a full program this afternoon, so and I don't want to shortchange any of the excellent speakers that we've got lined up this afternoon for you. My name's Graham Alder. I'm General Manager of Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. It's a pleasure to be here. Just on the housekeeping front, the bathrooms are just out the door here to the left, and there's further bathrooms downstairs.
At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, genetics for profit.
And our focus is both on productivity gains and on market, what the market traits that customers are looking for. And this afternoon, I think we'll see a bit of both, and the program's been aligned that way to look at both those sides. So I hope you enjoy it. Our research, as you'll see through this program, while research farms are really important, increasingly now with technology, we're seeing our research being able to be carried out in commercial operations, and particularly in our beef. All our beef programs are actually in commercial operations, which is just fantastic, and the results that are coming out have been very encouraging. In terms of, I'll whip through these, beef and lamb genetics, were established just a couple of years ago, so we've been off to a quick start with our beef programs. We're funded by your levies through Beef and Lamb New Zealand, and also a partnership grant from the government, and long may that continue. We're a collaboration of SIL, the Genetic Evaluation System for sheep, former OVITA, which was Sheep Genetics Research, primarily based out of Dunedin, the Central Progeny Test that underpins our SIL-ACE genetic evaluation, and we've got some additional funding for beef, and this is the first time I understand there's been dedicated funding for beef genetics in New Zealand for I don't know how long. Maybe someone in the room would know. Okay, in terms of what we're about, as I mentioned, we're about aiming to be the home of the best sheep and beef genetics that we can. Our role as an organisation is not to get involved in semen or breeding in that sense. Our role is to provide the infrastructure for breeders and farmers and the industry to make the best breeding choices. So to provide the underpinning infrastructure, whether it's through breeding programs like we've got in place this afternoon, you're going to hear about this afternoon, or in the sheep side through our genetic evaluation system. So you're the experts in providing the right genetics for commercial farmers. Our goal is to support you in that. Okay. In terms of our team, they start off pretty good from one side, and we've gone from just about the oldest on one side to the youngest on the other. So we've got myself, Mark Young, who's been involved with SIL for many years and the Central Progeny Test, Eleanor, who headed up the OVITA program as our science manager in Dunedin, Pam is part-time in Dunedin, who supports us all, and we've got our extension managers, Annie, who's at reception, and Max Tweedy, who you'll hear more from this afternoon, which I'm sure some of you know. How do we evaluate genetic merit of animals? Our program involves a maternal beef program, which Dr. Steve Miller, who's here, is speaking this afternoon. We're looking at new traits and condition score and cow longevity. We're collecting, at the moment, it's been a lot of data collection, but without, the results will start to flow in the near future. Dairy beef, you're going to hear from Rebecca Hickson this afternoon. Rebecca is a senior lecturer at Massey University. We started a dairy beef program last year at Limestone Downs, 800 cows, circa a couple of hundred heifers. Really our goal is to identify what genetics are suitable for a dairy beef operation, and to show the value of using recorded bulls over unrecorded Jersey bulls in this program. So that's underway, and you'll hear more about that. Our progeny test, for a number of you have probably already been to some of our field days or open days we've run at all the sites this year. The aim of the progeny test is to quantify genetics and the value of EVVs, especially in a commercial situation, and to see what that investment is worth. The other thing is to demonstrate tools of best practice in terms of recording and the use of genomics and new technologies in a commercial operation. Further, we want to improve the toolkit for farmers and breeders by developing new EBVs, and both in fertility. We've got Neil here, who's doing work with antral follicle count, condition scoring, and which on mature cow weight. All right, the program, we've got 50 bulls, Charolais, Hereford, Stabiliser, Angus. I think about half of them are Angus, Simmental. It's fixed time AI. Interestingly, the guys that have been involved, the fixed time AI on commercial operations gone pretty well. I think conception rates are circa getting up around the 60% mark. They're on 5 large farms, which I'll talk about in a moment. I'd like to thank those that have assisted us with this program. Focus Genetics have actually put cash in, which we love. So any volunteers for more always helps. Simmental Association, thank you very much. And other partners that have contributed to the program in kind is most appreciated. And it's not to be underestimated the amount of time and effort a number of these people and these operations have put into this program. So, can't thank the farms and the societies enough for their support. In terms of the operations involved, you're probably familiar. We've got Whangarā up on the east coast, Rangataik on the Napier Taupo Road, Tautani out from Dannevirke on the east coast, which is Mendip Hills, which had their field day last Monday in North Canterbury. Those guys are doing it very tough up there. I mean, there's just no feed around at all, but the cows were in really good condition. And Cavafay, a Lone Star operation down in the Hekataramira Valley. All substantial operations. In terms of the program, quickly through, we're into the second round of AI. The stairs, we'll measure growth, we ultrasound scan, and we'll slaughter them through the BFEQ program with Silverfern Farms. The heifers, we're going to track them and their maternal traits over time. So, a long way to go, and one thing moving into the beef side of things versus sheep, things just take time. And we're just got to be patient on this side. But going well so far. Turning to the weaning weights, the adjusted weaning weights are on the left-hand side, average of just below 230. The colours, the green are the Simmental, the yellow through the middle here are the stabilisers, the grey are the Charolais, the red are the Hereford, the International Angus are the dark blue, which tend to be near the top, and the blue are the New Zealand Angus. And as you can see, there's a significant spread across. I mean, from top to bottom, circa, I think there's upwards of 60 kgs difference between them. And all the breeds are spread across. We'll be publishing more data on this shortly. I mean, it's early days for this. In terms of what you should expect, the theory, if you focus on bull 2, with an EBV of plus 40, and then the other bulls are compared to that. So the progeny difference, you'd expect bull 1 to be 10 kgs less, because it's half what you get when you mate with a cow. And so the calving, average weaning weight in the mob, the bull 1 would be, 10 kgs difference, and bull 2 would be 10 kgs heavier. So, for every 1 kg of EBV, you expect to see about half in the progeny. What did we see? I think these are both the same. What we saw is about 0.41, 410 grams. So pretty much what you're seeing in the EBV, we're seeing on commercial operations in practice. So, for every 1 kg, we saw 0.41 kgs more in average weaning weight. So, the key message from this, and like I say, it's only early days, we've just got one measure out there, is that EBVs work, and they work in different breeds, and they work in commercial operations. So commercial farmers can be encouraged that they also get the value from the EBVs that you as breeders put out, and they're capturing the benefits as well. Let's see how we go going forward on this, but we're off to a good start. Okay, I'd like to introduce our first speaker this afternoon. It is Charles Liebergreen. Charles is with Zoetis Genetics. Charles is their technical services manager and has been heavily involved in introducing DNA technologies and genomics to New Zealand. I think Charles is probably known to most of you because he's not just one of those techos who sits in the back office. He gets out there and sees what happens in reality. So, Charles, thank you. Okay, cheers.
Thanks, Graham. Okay, well, great. Thanks, Graham. Thanks very much. Thanks for the offer to present. It's great to be here, and we're looking forward to the week. There's a number of Zoetis people in the room, generally on that table over there, and they're going to put their hand up. But in particular, I'll just get Jim Johnson's to stand up. Jim's out from the USA. He's speaking on Tuesday, but it would be unfortunate to get through to Tuesday and to realise he's here and not have the opportunity to speak to him. So if you want to catch up with him, he's there. Right. I've been asked to speak on heifers and bulls and what's happening and why. I mean, the challenge we face, it's a good challenge, a good problem to have, but things are changing quickly and a lot. And some of this is going to be pretty basic, but I'm going to cover the reasons why you should be DNA testing and the different forms of those. Genetic conditions, you're all well aware of those. It's a society regulation in the main part. There's differences in terms of whether you should be testing size or males versus females, and you'll be well aware of those in terms of the bylaws with your society. Parentage testing or pedigree testing, again, there's elements of regulation. We certainly see our customers having a lot of management benefit, and I've got a slide to show you on that side later on. Again, just on the sire side or heifers as well, transferring animals, AI, multi-sire mating, all that sort of stuff. I guess the latest bucket is genomics, and we're getting there in terms of helping you guys understand why and where you should be using it. It's certainly, we're over the last sort of 6 years have been gathering our knowledge as well, and it's great having Jim down here because he helps us a lot. You're effectively getting a lot more information on very young animals, and we tend to call those progeny equivalents. We're sick and tired of talking about accuracy. It's much better expressing it in terms of an equivalent number of progeny that you might be able to record against that animal, and you're effectively getting that as a calf. You get better breeding values, your buyers make better decisions, they're really good for traits that are difficult to record, they're really good for traits of the future, and in the States we're seeing a bit of play around the sort of risk mitigation, competition, and insurance side as well. In terms of progeny equivalents, they're pretty significant. There's the list on the screen there now. That's the effective number of progeny that you're virtually recording against animals when they're born if you do a genomic test. So that is a lot of information, and it's an extremely large amount of information on a heifer calf. So with all that information, who's the investment for? Is it for you as breeders, or is it for your buyers? And here in Australia and in the States, there's a whole lot of different ways of thinking about this. If it was for you, you might want to be wanting to identify your absolute best animals or your worst, colour bottom 10%. You might have an ET program. Ultimately, you're getting a big increase in accuracy, and you're going to get a rather large improvement in genetic gain. And again, we've got some good examples on that. For your buyer, you might want to be providing him with the absolute best breeding values that he can possibly purchase. You want your bulls to perform when they get on farm, because that's a criticism, that bulls get out there and they don't perform. And also there's an element of pedigree verification when you do the genomic test. So a lot more reliable bulls going out there to the commercial sector. I've diagrammatically tried to visualise this. So if the breeder is the black line along the top and the commercial farmer is the one down the bottom, in my view, if you're HD 50K'ing animals or I 50K'ing animals now and you're selling them out the gate, so the breeding values are great, very reliable animals. You're really doing that. Your commercial farmer is getting closer to you, okay, which is great, and he's going to really, really like that. So at a point in time, he's able to achieve a certain amount of gain, which is going to be behind you, but he's going to be closer. The other line of thought is that by internalising that testing and capturing all that information within your herd, you're actually able to increase your genetic gain. So the line tips up at the end, you're able to go faster. There's a lag before those bulls get sold, but ultimately it means that your commercial farmer is also going faster. And I'd suggest that actually he's getting a better response earlier in time. And that's just a conceptual thing. We see that there's just so much great data out there now, it's fantastic, and especially on the dairy side. In terms of, you can visualise this as a sire, the sire team being the red line, the breeder being the red line and the commercial farmer being the blue line, and you can see that over time they track really well, although this is an example of cow and milk sire, milk breeding values. Here's an example, the same thing where there's an antagonism between milk yield and reproduction. You can see that the sire's below the cow until genomics kicks in around about 2005, 2007, and actually the reverse was trend. The trend was reversed, largely because of the introduction of genomics, and that's been revolutionary in the dairy market. I guess the real advantage, especially on females, is being able to get a whole lot of information effectively as a calf very early on in an animal's life, whereas if you think about the female side, you're really waiting for daughters of bulls to get into production. You're having to wait multiple years before all that information comes back, and we can see the benefit in slides to come around genetic gain of making much better selection decisions by having more accuracy and advancing the whole process effectively. Some numbers, because we often get questions about what's happening in the States in terms of adoption and where are we placed in New Zealand. This was a slide, this was a page out of the AGI annual report. Last year they had tested around about 23% of their annual calf registrations. So if calf registrations are about 300,000 a year, they're doing, whatever 23% of that is. This year, it's going to be closer to 35% of 300,000 calf registrations. So that's a lot of genotypes that they're banking. In New Zealand, we introduced HG50K in 2010, and we've certainly grown. Where last year we did, that'll be this year and last year, we did between sort of 7 and 8% of calf registrations. So we've got some genotypes, which is great. And I'm sure we'll be getting more over time. There's also quite a switch in the States between just testing males and they're actually doing a whole lot more female testing, especially those young heifers. Herds over there are getting a significant amount of genetic gain because they're getting much more information on the young heifer side. So in New Zealand, we are doing more heifer testing, which is great. But the fact is that that's all coming from largely one herd in New Zealand. So I think over the next couple of years, you guys are going to learn more about what's going on in other parts of the world, and I hope that you really appreciate the importance of getting better selection decisions on your female side. The impact of genomics on the average age of dams is really interesting. As I said before, there's a trend in the USA to moving to testing heifer calves. In some elite herds, these are Angus herds in the USA, the average age of their dams is 3. Used to be 5 or 6, now it's 3. So the shorter the generation interval, the more genetic gain they're making, and they're able to do that because the accuracies are so much higher. Similar theme in the dairy industry, the average age of the parents of new bulls going out into the market is half of that of what it was in 2010, and they've managed to double their genetic gain. So visually, you can see there back in 2007, 2008, the parent age was around about 80 to 100 months. 2013, it's right down to about 30 or 40, and that's all because of genomics. and that's the same on the female side. So quite a drastic change. And ultimately, it's about that genetic gain. And again, this is a dairy example, but it's a great example to use. You can see that in the grey there at the far end, that in that genomic era, the genetic progress has really started to accelerate. In New Zealand, we've got some similar examples also, not so much from the genomics, but actually just from using sire-trace whole herd. So fortunate to have this information and really appreciate it. From organising a sire-trace program back in sort of 2012-13 and letting those letting the effect of that roll out over a couple of years, and then those young animals hit the ground, you can see the increase in genetic gain from 2014 and 15. And it's a little bit hard to evaluate, but we suspect a large proportion of that is due to sire-trace. So just getting better pedigree, let alone genomics. So it's been some very interesting information to receive. And that's me. That was a bit of a flyby of what's happening in DNA testing in New Zealand and around the world. It's changing all the time. We're moving from, well, we have moved from bull testing to heifer testing. Every farm is different. No one wants to do it the same way. And that's part of the exciting thing of working in this field. And yeah, thank you very much. And thank you guys for all the support you give us throughout the year as well. Thank you very much.
We've got time for a couple of questions. So any questions for Charles? Neil?
Charles, you made a fairly... Charles, you made a fairly big claim before that genomic testing was responsible for the upturn in fertility in dairy in the States on that graph. What particular traits have you identified and been able to improve with genomic testing? Or what breeding values?
On the dairy side?
Yes, on the dairy side.
So that we don't have a dairy product in New Zealand. They do in Australia and the States. So I probably can't answer that very accurately. But I mean, the effect of genomics is, especially for those really hard to record traits like RFI and pregnancy and things like that, is that you're relying on performance recording and pedigree largely only. And genomics is, you know, a whole lot of markers. A whole lot of markers able to contribute to the accuracy of that evaluation. And so it really is just making the breeding value a lot more specific and informing the evaluation and selection decisions.
Yeah, but there'll have to be traits associated with that. So
heifer pregnancy, days to calving, things like that. Yep.
Yeah, that's in the beef industry.
Yep.
But that's not in the dairy industry.
That's right. As I said, I'm not an expert in dairy, but I'm trying to draw correlations between what's going on in the dairy industry in the States. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
Okay. I've got one.
Yep.
You're talking about generation interval and ramping up genetic gain,
Yep.
And there's a school of thought that people would like to extend the lifetime of cows.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on that one?
Yep. So it's a hot topic in the States, especially. Your commercial farmers are looking for cows that aren't necessarily going to have a short life. They want to be productive for a long time. And yet you can see the trends, the generation intervals getting smaller and smaller and smaller. I guess the answer would be that I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. I think you can have both. And I'm going to we have to let that debate play out effectively. It's not just in New Zealand where we have those concerns, it's around the world. Yep.
Thank you. Charles, just thinking, I guess New Zealand, where we've got a lot of sheep breeders, and perhaps we've been way ahead with our uptake of these tools with sheep breeding. You know, often they're very much the same farmers. I guess there's only so many people sitting in this room, but really a bunch of our contemporaries should be in here. I was just wondering, might be good for our industry or ourselves to just be able to see how we are doing with our uptake of these tools for sheep breeding, to be able to grasp in our minds where we should be at with beef breeding.
Yep, and they are the same tools. They work in exactly the same way. It's not as if, you know, the dairy versus the beef versus the sheep tools work differently or are any less useful. So yeah, there's great potential to have more adoption, and I guess what I'm trying to demonstrate is that, especially in the USA, there is a heck of a lot of adoption and there's a heck of a lot of genetic progress. So the opportunity is there, and it's actually not for you as breeders. It's actually for commercial farmers. Those are the people that want this technology used, and I think in a few years to come, as perhaps technology platforms change and there's a little bit more realisation about the production benefits that can actually be made, I suspect that the commercial farmer might be requesting for these things a little bit more than they are.
Thanks, Charles. Thanks very much. Next up, we have Rebecca Hickson. Rebecca is from Massey University. She completed a PhD in dystocia and beef heifers in 2009. She is from the East Coast sheep and beef farming, and Rebecca is leading our dairy beef project at the moment. So thank you.
Thank you, Graham. All right, so today I'm going to talk about beef opportunities in the dairy industry. And I think the really important place to start is by reminding you that actually the dairy industry is about milk. So it's all very well to say, oh, you know, we can turn a $50 bobby calf into a $150 white-faced 4-day-old. But actually, for your average dairy farm in 2012, 93.5% of their income came from milk. And livestock sales, by comparison, were less than 6%. That included cull cows, not just calves. So, even though beef bulls result in a higher value calf, something like 70% of dairy farmers believe that using beef semen would increase calving difficulty. We know that increased calving difficulty decreases milk yield. So, you can add value to the calf, but if by doing so you reduce milk yield of the cow, you're very quickly undoing any additional value from the beef bull. So, you know, this is where the sums sit for the dairy industry. And I've had multiple conversations with farmers who say, no, it's just not worth it because what it might do for our milk yield. Now, 70% of dairy farmers believe using a beef bull increases the rate of calving difficulty. I gave a talk at Limestone Downs recently about the project and what we were doing, and one of the things that came up was that we've put Hereford and Angus bulls over the heifers. And there were several hands went up and said, are you actually crazy? You know, that's going to be a disaster. And I explained, well, actually, we've gone out and we've selected bulls that are about the easiest calving bulls we could come up with. They're light birth weight, they're easy calving, and actually we think we're okay to put them across heifers. And then several more hands went up, and the questions were like, well, it's okay for you scientist types to find bulls like that, but where's an ordinary farmer going to find them? And I thought, well, we bought them at a bull sale, and the public's welcome there. So it was a real eye-opener for me that this is where the level of understanding sits, that they're not aware that these bulls are available for anybody, not just scientist types. So I thought that was a really enlightening question. Now, I said before how milk's a huge part of the dairy farmer's paycheck. Well, you're well aware of what the headlines are saying at the moment about the milk price. You might also be aware of what feeder calves are selling for in the current or the autumn calves, and it's expected with the price of weaners that that's going to continue through in spring. So dairy farmers are looking for alternative ways to boost income, and feeder calves are actually returning some money right now. So potentially, here's an opportunity to change that perception. If we can put bulls out there that are not going to cause calving difficulty, then it's an opportunity to change people's minds and to change that perception about using dairy beef. So what is the dairy farmer looking for in a beef bull? Easy calving, number one. Short gestation ranks for a lot of farmers. Bearing in mind, if you're running a beef bull with your cows, they're usually the later calvers, so any opportunity to bring them to be earlier calvers is good for many reasons. There's also interest in calves that are distinctive, whether that's so that the farmer knows when they're picked up off the ground in the paddock, these are my replacements and these are my beef crosses. And if those calves are then sold through the sale, it's nice to be able to make them really identifiable as beef cross calves. Now, from a finishing perspective, most dairy beef calves are born in the last 4 weeks of calving in the dairy industry. So around here, that means September, October. They are predominantly steers and bulls, but also heifers get reared, and they're hand reared to 100 kilos. Now, the dairy beef calf is, being September, October born, is 100 kilos, 12 weeks old, in about the middle of December. Now, that lines up pretty nicely with when all our pasture turns to stalky summer rubbish. And so there's a challenge for these later born dairy beef calves of getting through that first summer and gaining enough weight that they can be finished before that second winter. So from a finishing perspective, there's interest in live weight and growth rate, and then ultimately carcass and meat quality. And it's quite distinctively not the same wish list that a dairy farmer would write. But if we can produce calves that please both players, the dairy side and the beef side, then the dairy beef industry is going to go forward at a rate of knots. Now, there's a couple more things to point out. So in 2007-8 dairy season, there were 4 million or thereabouts dairy cows. 1.8 million Friesians, 1.3 million crossbreds, and just over 500,000 jerseys. In the 2014-15 season, there were 5 million dairy cows. About the same number of Friesians, about the same number of jerseys, and an extra 1 million crossbred cows. So the expansion of the dairy industry has been more crossbred cows. So whatever the dairy beef industry looks like, it's going to have to involve crossbred cows. All right, so at Limestone Downs, we are in the first year of a dairy beef progeny test. We've used Hereford and Angus bulls, and we used them over the heifers. We also use Jersey bulls over the heifers so that there's a Jersey Hereford Angus comparison in the heifers. And then over the cows, they allowed us to mate their entire dairy herd, so they're going to source replacements externally. And so the whole dairy herd was inseminated for 9 weeks to Hereford and Angus bulls. So most of our bulls are what we call high merit bulls. They have good calving ease, they have respectable birth weight, they have short gestation length, they have good growth rates at 400 and 600 days, and many of them score pretty highly for IMF as well. We've put in there a collection of bulls with figures that reflect your typical unrecorded Angus, Hereford and Jersey bull. Those bulls are recorded, but they're selected so that they would reflect the unrecorded population. The cows are currently pregnant, and there will be another mating shortly in 2016. Now, the sort of things we're looking to measure, so we'll be following the cows in this herd as much as the calves. So we're answering those questions around, has being mated to a beef bull caused problems for the cow? Do particular bulls result in decreases in milk yield or not? So the cows will be measured. We'll look at calving ease, we'll look at rebreeding, and we'll look at their milk yield. The calves will be picked up at birth, brought into the calf shed where they'll be weighed. We'll look at their calf rearing. So the system there is to wean calves at off meal at 100 days, off milk at around 60, 65 kilos. Wean calves off meal at 100 kilos, not days. So the measurement there will be how many days is it taking us to get these calves to weaning. Then we'll be looking at post-weaning growth, carcass traits, and ultimately meat quality. There are bulls in common between the dairy beef progeny test and the beef progeny test. So we'll be able to look at things like, do the same bulls perform well in both systems? And are all the breeding values that we're generating in a beef herd transferable to dairy beef? And one that I think is of particular interest there would be 200-day weight. So we're measuring these on calves that have spent 6 months on their mum in a beef herd, and then we're saying, well, how well is that going to predict growth rate for a calf that is early weaned and wean off milk at 60, 65 kilos. And the herd that we've got there is a mixture of Holstein Friesian and crossbred cows, and all the calves will be identified to their dams so that we can look at the influence of the dams as well. I don't have a heck of a lot else to say. Calving starts in July, and once it happens, we'll start generating some results. Any questions?
Just real quick, will you look at conception rate at all, beef versus dairy in those herds?
Not so much as beef versus Jersey. The only place that we've got the Jersey comparison is amongst the heifers. And this year the conception rate amongst the heifers was 99 point something in all the groups. There was about 7 empties. And several of those were Fremantins. So,
yeah, just the other question is, how about death loss afterwards? Will you compare crossbreeds?
Yeah, so any deaths will be recorded, yeah.
Another one here?
Rebecca, you might have answered this and I missed it, but were the bulls recorded for single sire mating? Like, will you know which bull produces which calf, or just breeds?
So the cows were all inseminated. So yes, they recorded which cow was used. The heifers were mob mated, so we had a mob that went to Hereford, a mob that went to Angus, and a mob that went to Jersey, but we will DNA verify to individual sites.
Thanks very much.
There's one down here.
Oh, one more.
You're unrecorded, you say, I mean, well, not the unrecorded, but the lesser bulls, as it were, the sort of ones that were recorded but supposed to be an average, were they breed average for the current EBVs, or were they below breed average?
So you saw Charles' graph before that showed that the commercial population lags behind the breeder population. And beef, that's by about 7 years. So we went back 7 years and said, what did the breeder population look like 7 years ago, and picked bulls that matched that. It was, yeah. Right.
Thanks very much, Rebecca. Really look forward to tracking this going forward into the future. Thank you. Next up, I'd like to introduce Professor Wayne Pitchford from the University of Adelaide. Professor Pitchford is from the Animal Breeding and Genetics at University of Adelaide. He studied agricultural science and completed his PhD in Sydney a little while ago. He has been a program leader in beef CRC, director of pork CRC, and continues with a number of multiple sheep and cattle projects. Wayne is also, we're looking to put together a combined program between Beef and Lamb Genetics and Wayne's team and MLA in Australia to get a temperate beef program going across both countries, which we'll find out in the very near future. But Wayne's going to talk to us, here he is here, about his Black Baldi project. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Graham. It's great to be here amongst friends. I look forward to my bag arriving possibly tonight. Apparently I was spotted in Countdown Supermarket last night buying some socks and jocks. But that's right, isn't it? He spotted me, hadn't even met me before and recognised me from the photo. When I say I'm amongst friends, there's a lot of you that I have worked with for a long time. You're probably not aware of who the winner is for the longest period of time, but I actually did work experience with Bill Cornell 31 years ago, Bill, when I was an ag student. So it's very good to see you here today as well. So speaking of a long time ago, I think talking about black baldies is a little bit like Back to the Future. I work with a guy who looks a lot like Michael J. Fox, which means that possibly I look like the other guy. There's a sense in which giving this talk on black baldies is Back to the Future, in that it's all been done before in a sense, and there's a sense in which it's relatively boring. So I want to go through some old results just to remind you of what we do know about black baldies, and then we can ask the question about whether we need to actually continue to do this work or whether we're going to find the same things that have been found before. So let's go through some of the important results. These were published by Larry Cundiff and his team in America and Robert Cook. So in terms of those heifers and cows that conceived in the first service, crossbreds, there was a 6.6% improvement over purebreds, and the purebred in this case is both the average of purebred Hereford and Angus. For pregnancy tested in calf, there was a 5.2% improvement. For live calves born, a 5.8% improvement. That's pretty consistent, 5 to 6% improvement in reproduction. And then if you look at actual live calves weaned, 6.4%. So, and the actual numbers are given there as well. So we expect to see some improvement in reproduction, and especially in early reproduction. What about growth? Well, about 1.6% higher birth weight, 4% higher weaning weight. Milk production of crossbred cows was 7% higher, and in terms of weight of calf weaned per cow exposed, a 21% improvement, and traits like marbling had close to zero heterosis. So if we're going to do some crossbreeding, we expect to have some improvements in reproduction, some small improvements in growth, and not much effect on on quality traits like marbling. Let me just give you some theory, and I think I have to do this just because I'm a lecturer and I'm used to teaching students, and so I just feel like I need to do it. The top two rows of this table are purebred Hereford and Angus, and not surprisingly, a purebred Angus has 100% Angus genes, well, at least it should. It has an Angus mum, so there's an Angus maternal effect, and there's no heterosis because it's not a crossbred. A purebred Hereford has 100% Hereford genes and has a Hereford mum, and there's no heterosis. If we look at a Hereford Angus cross, well, it's half Angus, half Hereford, but it has an Angus mum and it has some heterosis. So there's a maternal effect of the Angus compared to what we call the reciprocal cross. So if we crossed a Angus by Hereford, still half Hereford, half Angus, still has some heterosis there, but has a Hereford mum, so there's a maternal effect. So if we were scientists and designed an experiment like the one I'm going to talk to you about, we'd have all four of these crosses, and that certainly in America that's how they did things in the past. But really the interest in black baldies comes from the fact that in southern Australia and I assume in New Zealand as well, a lot of the herds become black because of the dominance of Angus, and the project's been motivated by Hereford breeders wanting to sell some bulls into Angus herds. And we can talk about the politics around that, but the reality is that's what it's primarily motivated from. If we sell Hereford bulls into black herds, are we going to get some extra productivity, and how much is that worth? So we're really comparing the top line of this, purebred Angus with an Angus mum and no heterosis, to the third line, which is an Angus by Hereford that's half Angus, half Hereford, but has an Angus maternal effect. So we can't really separate out the hybrid vigour effects or the heterosis effects from the Hereford gene effects and from the Angus maternal effect. So it's a really badly designed experiment that I'm going to talk about. Our badly designed experiment was modelled on a badly designed experiment that was done in America recently at Harris Ranch, and they did exactly what I'm talking about, comparing Hereford Angus crosses to purebred Angus, and they found a slight advantage in pre-weaning growth. Morbidity was similar, although possible slight advantage for the crossbreds. Feedlot profitability is a $30 greater feedlot profitability due to greater feed conversion, basically faster growth rates of the crossbreds. But the quality grade, not surprisingly, favoured the Angus. So if we're going to be crossing Herefords into Angus herds, we expect a bit more growth, a bit more reproduction, and a bit less marbling. Pregnancy rates of heifers were actually improved, and that's also what we expect. So are we going to get similar sorts of things in our project? Now let's just show you some photos. Here's a photo of where our project's being run. It's near a place called Muscle Row Bay in Tasmania, right on the north-eastern tip of Tasmania. And it's on one of the most reliable wind farms in Australia. So you can imagine what it's like to work in the yards. So it's a cattle business that's being leased from a wind farm and being run on that. And it's coastal sand country, the fairly leached sands, and the cattle can do it fairly hard at times. This is a bit like Beck's talk, where we've got a project that's underway. So in 2004 we inseminated 500 cows, and then last year we inseminated another 900, and then this year we'll be inseminating over 1,000 cows. And this year's heifers coming into the project includes the progeny from the first mating. So we had calves born in last year, and we just weaned them recently, and we'll do a whole lot of measurements on those. Now, from my point of view, because this is a relatively boring project, we don't just want to know, will Hereford Angus crosses do a bit better than purebred Angus, because we pretty much are likely to get what we expect, because the science has been done before, it's been repeated, and I think that there's not that much contention about what's going to happen. So we want to build in some other things into the project. So we want to look at why, if we get improved reproduction, why are we doing that? My hypothesis is that the crossbreds are eating more, and when you eat more, you grow a bit bigger and put a bit more condition on, and reach puberty a bit earlier, and when you reach puberty a bit earlier, you've had more cycles before joining, and when you've had more cycles before joining, you're more likely to get in calf, and you're getting calf a bit faster, and when you get calf a bit earlier, next year round, you've got a bit more of an advantage to getting calf a bit earlier again. So that kind of makes sense to me, and we want to put some data around whether all of that occurs. We also will be following these animals through. We've got a major project on compliance of grass-fed cattle in southern Australia. Compliance meaning minimising rates of dark cutting and maximising the quality of carcasses that don't cut dark. And that's primarily around improving marbling is the primary way to improve quality of those. So we'll be following the steer part of this through grass finished, and it'll be akin to the sort of systems that you're used to dealing with over here. Here's some of the calves at weaning time in March, just in the yards, just a random group of the calves so you can see what they look like. Here's some more theory about what we expect. This is from the American trial again. If we look on the vertical axis, it's the improvement of weight of calf wean per cow joined over compared to purebreds, and it's as a percentage. And if we look at the first cross, improvement a little bit coming from survival, mostly from growth. There's an 8% improvement of having crossbred calves compared to purebred calves. If we look at the effect of having crossbred mums compared to purebred mums, we gain an extra 15% in terms of breeder herd productivity, and that's what that green bar shows, that the maternal performance is increased. So that's the sort of thing that we expect to occur, and we want to know a bit more about why that occurs. What are some of the biological mechanisms behind that? Many of you I've talked in this very room before about our maternal productivity trial, and one of the parts of that trial was to look at pregnancy rate in Angus heifers. This is a graph which you wouldn't have seen before. You may have seen data that was the basis of this graph, but on the vertical axis we got pregnancy rate under a 6-week joining. On the horizontal we've got pre-joining weight. So if you grow heifers to higher weights pre-joining, you end up with more calves. We kind of know that. But fat depth is important as well, and if we have heifers that are heavier and a bit fatter, then we're going to get more of them in calf. So if I look on the, if I sort of, I'm able to get the mouse up here, let's say we've got a purebred Angus in this sort of range, and what do we expect crossbreeding to do? Well, I expect them to be a little bit bigger and a little bit better condition, so we might be moving slightly up, towards the sort of up and across on this graph, and so we expect higher pregnancy rates. That's our hypothesis at this stage. We need some data to be able to back that up. So we'll be producing additional data around mating weights and getting some good recommendations out of the data that we have. Here's our team working in the yards at weaning time, taking DNA samples and weighing calves and all sorts of things. But we're going to be extending that and looking at things like when they reach puberty. So doing some ovarian scanning to be able to identify whether the heifers have cycled, and that's going to be happening this week as the first measurement on those. So just so you know where we are, this is a lot like Beck's slide where their project's at. The first AI was done in 2014. So Beef EXPO I've written in red there. We've just weaned the first calves, and the second lot of calves are about to be born, and the third mating's about to occur. So it's not very rich information at this stage, but I can report on what's actually happened. So firstly, the calving ease, and this is the calving ease mated to Angus heifers. One of the big concerns is about using Hereford bulls over Angus heifers. We did specifically choose easy calving Hereford bulls. I'm sounding a bit like you, Rebecca. This is almost deja vu, isn't it? But these are the actual numbers of unassisted, easy pulls, hard pulls and malpresentation. I do some statistics, but I couldn't find a statistical test to show a significant difference there. If you look through there, to me, they look very, very similar without doing any analysis on that data. So these are two different sire breeds, Hereford and Angus, over Angus heifers, and as far as I can tell, they're exactly the same in terms of their calving ease results. If you look at the birth weight, the Hereford crosses were a kilo heavier, which is only 3% difference, and at weaning there was a 3 kilo difference, which is only 1.4%. So that's sort of some fairly standard results. What I think is more interesting is as we've chosen bulls for the program, we haven't just chosen random bulls, but we've actually chosen bulls that have links to the Angus sire benchmarking program and the Hereford Beef Information Nucleus. So these are both progeny test programs in Australia. We've also worked closely with Jason and Steve and Graham in making sure that the bulls that we use have also been used in your progeny test programs, and vice versa, so the beef and lamb genetics programs. As Graham mentioned earlier, that we're working on developing a maternal efficiency project that will use information from Australia and New Zealand. So what underpins that is having the same bulls being used right across the herds and having really good genetic links. So we'll have multiple breeder environments, multiple finishing systems, additional measurements, genotype bioenvironment interactions, multi-breed EVVs and genomics. We're going to basically solve everything in that project. Unlikely, but we'll certainly be heading in the right direction. This is an example of a table of a few bulls, which is not an extensive table, but just shows the examples. Across the top, you've got different projects. Down the side, you've got different bulls. This is only a small selection of the bulls, but just shows the extent to which bulls are used across multiple projects. And just want to say that the collaboration with our New Zealand colleagues is a very strong one, putting together the joint project that we are at the moment with beef and lamb, well, your levy money going into beef and lamb genetics, matched with New Zealand government money, then matched with Australian government money, and all working together to be able to build a system, to be able to train young scientists, to be able to more closely align our breeding objectives with what actually works on farm, and to be able to improve genomic selection. I think we're all heading in the right direction, and from my point of view, it's a great privilege to be able to work with good quality scientists like Steve and Jason and Rebecca. So thank you for listening, and thank you for having me in New Zealand.
Any questions for Wayne?
Wayne, in that carving table you had, it appeared that about a quarter, that one there was at about a quarter of the calves had to be pulled. Is that not a concern?
Yeah, these heifers weren't in great condition. They weren't carving down on that much feed, and I did wonder that when I put this in whether I should show this. But I think it's always good to be honest and explain what went on. So I would say, yes, there's more than I would hope for. I don't think that's a reflection of the genetics of the herd. I think that's a reflection of the fact that those we've had a couple of pretty tough seasons, and those heifers were they were pushed harder. For those of you that listened to my talk on Tuesday morning, you hear me talk about how in research projects we're not able to push animals as hard as what sometimes they get pushed, and these were pushed fairly hard. Yep.
So were any of the Hereford and Angus sires that were represented there represented in the Angus Australia program or the New Zealand program? And how did that calving stats compare?
Yeah, well, if I put up, remember these are heifers, if I put up the cow results, there was far less pools there, but I put the heifers are the ones that are interesting. You're worried about mating Hereford bulls to Angus heifers. Yeah, that in our other projects we've had hardly any pools. The information nucleus, they're very, the progeny testing programs in Australia, very few pools. So I don't think these are particularly hard. It was about the condition of the heifers, it wasn't about the bulls.
Thanks.
This one over there. Sorry. Directed the microphone the wrong way.
Oh, there's one here?
The one here first.
I think Rebecca has got some information about calving difficulty in heifers in New Zealand, and I think it's actually reasonably significant, and I just wonder what percentage of calving difficulty people might, or farmers might think is appropriate for their heifers.
Yeah, the question is about the heifer carving these results and stating that Rebec's got some good data on that as well. And the question, I think, is what level of calving difficulty in heifers do people find acceptable, which I can't answer. Obviously, 0 would be mostly acceptable. In our maternal productivity trial that I'll talk about on Tuesday, we didn't have any hard pulls, and we had to assist almost no calves. We had no information for comparing bulls in this respect, because I think this is more than I would expect. It's very honest data. Are you trying to generate some discussion? I don't know what level people would find acceptable. Neil, maybe you could comment on what in commercial herds, in heifers, what level you'd be acceptable.
Well, I would have thought that level in commercial heifers that the owner would be looking to go and buy bulls elsewhere. I think that's really quite but that was my point, really.
Yeah. I'm not surprised, but just so people can hear, 2 comments here basically saying if there was this level in their heifers, people would go and buy bulls from somewhere else. But in fact, they'd need to manage their heifers better would be my message, knowing how the heifers went into calving in this particular group. I still don't believe this is a function of the bulls.
Well, what weight would they have calved down at?
I'm not sure, Neil, sorry.
There's some fairly convincing evidence that the more you look, the more you assist. So you'd have to put this in context of these are research heifers, are they being watched all the time? Because if you're there, you do tend to see problems where if you're not watching, probably it would have been born on its own.
Yeah, no, it's a commercial herd, but there were extra people employed for mothering up calves. So certainly not a research program, but definitely animals being watched fairly closely, and they're full-time people going around them. I think these are fair questions, but it was a function of the condition of the heifers. I'm very confident of that.
Yes, I was interested in your comment, relationship between dark cutters and IMF, and I just wondered if you'd like to expand on that.
Yeah, that's good. I was kind of hoping that I'd get some questions about the compliance project rather than the Black Baldi project, because we've got a lot more information there. So the question was around the relationship between dark cutters and IMF, and the answer is there's no relationship. That wasn't the message I was trying to give. I was saying that the two key things for compliance are dark cutting and IMF, and they're completely different issues. The first one, dark cutting, in the Australian system where we have Meat Standards Australia, then the key is to get them graded MSA. So to be graded MSA, they must not be dark cutting. So they've got to be a colour score of 3 or less, and they've got to be a pH of 5.7 or less. Now, that's all about, and when I say all, the heritability of it's less than 5%. So it's not genetic, it's all about management, and it's all about getting sufficient energy in the muscle prior to them being rounded up, trucked off to slaughter, spent the night in lairage, revved up by highly skilled workmen in lairage, and then going into slaughter. They've got to have sufficient muscle energy reserves, energy in the form of glycogen, to be able to cope with all that stuff. Feedlot cattle, dark cutting rates are very, very low. You've got to have really good pasture quality to get that muscle energy levels up sufficiently to be able to prevent dark cutting. So there's a whole lot of stuff that we've found. So when we went onto farms and followed mobs through, our scientist who was doing that just recorded some of the things that was going on farms. And there's a whole lot of little things that cause dark cutting. One farmer had a group of animals that were going off to slaughter. He'd drafted them off 2 weeks ahead of time, done everything right, not mixed mobs, done every single thing right. But then in the last 2 weeks, to keep that mob separate, he used them to graze the excess grass growing on his driveway. And turned out that was really rank and not sufficient energy for those animals, and he had very high dark cutting rates in those, and there was a mob of heifers. Other people have not mixed mobs and done everything right, but they've actually had a bull in with the heifers, and just prior to them being trucked, they've removed the bull from the group, and the bull was the dominant animal in the group, and the heifers all re-established their social hierarchy and run down their energy reserves and end up cutting dark. Other people think they've got sufficient feed reserves because the cattle look good, but the feed's been haying off, like Rebecca described in your region here in December. In our region recently, it's been happening in September, October, but the feed's been going off. The cattle still look really good, but actually their muscle energy reserves are low. So lots and lots of little things going wrong. So that's the dark cutting issue. It's all about management and getting sufficient energy in the muscle. Once they don't cut dark, the biggest way that you can improve meat quality is to improve marbling. And there's now premiums in Australia, there's premiums for marbling of grass-fed cattle as well as for grain-fed cattle. It would appear that that is going to increase. It's about $1 per kilogram per marble score. We expect that that will continue. There's no relationship between marbling and dark cutting, because dark cutting really reflects nutrition, short-term nutrition leading up to slaughter, whereas marbling reflects longer-term nutrition that they've been on reasonable condition to put some fat on. The only way to get marbling is to combine good nutrition for a significant amount of time to get them fattening, and genetics so that it distributes that fat within the muscle. If you didn't want a long answer, that was a really bad question to have asked, but I had the opportunity to give. I think that project's probably more interesting than the Black Baldi one, actually. Okay.
Yeah. Anyone? All right.
Yeah, in the commercial world in Australia, how does the Black Baldi system work? I mean, I understand the first cross bit, but what do commercial farmers normally do with that first cross heifer? Do they put it back to another Angus, or does it go to a terminal sire, or do they sell them?
It's a very good question. There's lots of things that are done. Some people that are well organised in the past have done things like those with a white face get mated to Angus, and those that are plain get mated to Hereford. But of course that has limitations doing it that way, because the white face is just a major gene effect that doesn't completely reflect the breed composition. If you know what breed they've been done, then you could set up a rotational cross. Theory would state that rotational cross is a really good way to go in terms of maintaining heterosis in your cow herd and being able to manage that well. So what I mean by that is every animal that's sired by a Hereford gets mated to an Angus, and every animal that's sired by an Angus gets mated to a Hereford. From a commercial point of view, that's a really good system if you can manage it in your property. The reality is on most properties it's probably fairly ad hoc. And so I can't say what's normally done apart from being ad hoc. In terms of commercial benchmarking data, it's hard to get really good data as to the value of it in a system. There is some benchmarking data that shows profitability between Hereford and Angus herds is not that much different, but black Baldi herds often come out a bit in front. I don't think it's going to be hugely in front, but I think there may be some advantages, and it will sort of partly depend on the quality premiums for marbling as to how big those advantages are, because I think you will sacrifice some marbling. Thanks, Graham.
Thanks very much, Wayne. Next up is a cup of tea, which is all laid out down the far end down here. And then we'd like to kick off with Kerry, who's going to probably answer some of those questions from a New Zealand perspective straight after afternoon tea at 2:30. So thank you very much. All right.
At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. Genetics for profit.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously TRU-TEST for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
You get to eat a bit of Hereford prime on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few, we're signed up to Hereford prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year and barbecue season is pretty good. I think Hereford prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, both of them are pretty quiet. Look at these buggers behind us,
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for TRU-TEST today, but the Highlanders it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, our hay barn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here. One year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were
perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for
the heater tank up in the ceiling, borecock broke, high pressure. 10 minutes later,
a loud bang and the flagon pourer hit me in the nuts, and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes, and then over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, yeah, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
I use Eclipse because no other pour-on is more effective against parasite resistance.
To eliminate Caperia issues, we treat with Eclipse.
When introducing new cattle to the property, I hit them with Eclipse.
Eclipse Pour-On for cattle, proudly available from your local vet.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways
would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison to stop the rats from taking over. They're breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time. And
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the All-in-One account. The unique structure and features of the All-in-One account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where we're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the All-in-One account. The unique structure and features of the All-in-One account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the All-in-One combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The All-in-One allows for flexible interest and principal repayment as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the All-in-One is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilize this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the All-in-One account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannevirke. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day. And then
on a hot day they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
PBB New Zealand Limited is committed to leading the way in the livestock industry and primary sector by providing future-focused business solutions. We excel in pedigree and performance recording, breed society administration and financial management. We offer a host of commercial services. Pivot Design, our dedicated in-house design studio, offers expertise in graphics and website development. DNA, we provide complete livestock traceability. And Tags, we are the tag experts for sheep, deer and cattle tags.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously TRU-TEST for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
You get to eat a bit of Hereford pride on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signed up to Hereford Prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year, and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford Prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for TRU-TEST today, but the Highlanders it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. Genetics for profit.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously TRU-TEST for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
You get to eat a bit of Hereford pride on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signed up to Hereford Prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year, and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford Prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah. it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for TRU-TEST today, but the Highlanders, it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, our hay barn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here. 1 year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were
perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for
the header tank up on the ceiling, bore cock broke, high pressure. 10 minutes later,
a loud bang and the flag and pourer hit me in the nuts, and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes, and then over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, yeah, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
I use Eclipse because no other pour-on is more effective against parasite resistance.
To eliminate carcass issues, we treat with Eclipse.
When introducing new cattle to the property, I hit them with Eclipse.
Eclipse Pour-On for cattle, proudly available from your local vet.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways
would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison, stop the rats from taking over. They're breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time. And
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilise this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannevirke. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day.
And then on a hot day they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
PBB New Zealand Limited is committed to leading the way in the livestock industry and primary sector by providing future-focused business solutions. We excel in pedigree and performance recording, breed society administration and financial management. We offer a host of commercial services. Pivot Design, our dedicated in-house design studio, offers expertise in graphics and website development. DNA, we provide complete livestock traceability. And Tags, we are the tag experts for sheep, deer and cattle tags.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously TRU-TEST for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here. They have a bit of a barbecue and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
You get to eat a bit of Hereford prime on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signed up to Hereford prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry and they bounce back pretty quick, and like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there, so it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. Know he's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for TRU-TEST today, but the Highlanders it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. Genetics for profit.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously TRU-TEST for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here. They have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
You get to eat a bit of Hereford prime on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signed up to Hereford prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry and they bounce back pretty quick, and like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there, so it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. Know he's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for TRU-TEST today, but the Highlanders it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Haybarn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here. One year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were
perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for
the header tank up on the ceiling, bore cock broke, high pressure. 10 minutes later,
a loud bang and the flag and pourer hit me in the nuts, and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes, and then over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, yeah, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
I use Eclipse because no other pour-on is more effective against parasite resistance.
To eliminate carcass issues, we treat with Eclipse.
When introducing new cattle to the property, I hit them with Eclipse.
Eclipse Pour-On for cattle, proudly available from your local vet.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways
would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison. Stop the rats from taking over. They breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time, and
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilise this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannyburg. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day. And then
on a hot day they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
Yeah, okay. Rightio, while you're wandering back to your seats, just so you're aware, this forum being live streamed on bulwark.co.nz. So this is being watched online now by one or two, or maybe a few more, around the countryside. Also, the videos of the presentations this afternoon and on Tuesday morning will be up on the Beef and Lamb Genetics website in the next couple of weeks. So all the presentations will be up there as well. So, yeah. Okay, to kick off the rest of the afternoon, we've got fortunate to have Kerry Lewis, General Manager at Mount Linton. Mount Linton, as many of you will be aware, is one of New Zealand's iconic stations in South Westland, covering about just over 30,000 acres. It's home to 45,000 Romney Texels sheep and 3,000 Angus cows. And as we're all aware, Mount Linton has been doing exceptionally well at Beef EQ, and we're here to find out how. So, Kerry, thanks very much for your time.
Thanks very much, Graham, for the intro. It's actually Western Southland, not South Westland, but we won't hold that against you. Because I've got a day job as well, I was in a bit of a rush when I put this presentation together, so I've got a few notes that I've made that go with it. So the first thing is the breeding objectives we have at Mount Linton, and it sort of rolls on into how we've been doing with the Beef EQ stuff. The first one is the most important thing for us is we want to breed cattle that lower the cost of production. So that photo up there is some of the country that we winter our cattle in. They don't no supplement at all over the winter, so we need to make sure that our cows are robust enough to be able to get through those difficult winters that we have without any supplement, because the distances we go to out the back is about 28 k's out the back, and there's just no possibility of being able to get any supplement out to them. So cows at Mount Linton need to get in calf every year in 2 cycles. They need to rear a calf every year, and we're at the moment we're part of a beef cow efficiency trial funded by Beef and Lamb that Steve is leading, and Anna is the driving, and some interesting statistics coming out of there, in that some of our cows lost 150 kilos from the weaning weight through till pre-calving over the winter. They then regained 150 kilos from pre-calving through to pre-mating, which was about 90 days. And then they also lost another 30 to 40 kilos while they had that calf on them from calf marking through till weaning again. So those animals have got to be able to utilise the fat on their backs to milk off and also to get back in calf. So maternal efficiency and fertility, obviously we're all well aware of the work that Wayne's done with his productivity trials over there, and we're very keen on positive fats. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but it works for us. So when we're selecting bulls, one of the key things for us is that they need to be positive, particularly rib fat. I know that we've used bulls in the past that have been slightly negative for rib and rump fat, and then their figures have changed quite a bit and they become very negative, and those cattle fall out of our system. We just can't get them back in calf. The other thing that's really important for us is days to calving, EBV. Again, that work that Wayne's been doing is pretty crucial. The days to calving EBV of +5 was 55% in calf in 6 weeks, and the days to calving EBV of -7, 92% in calf in 6 weeks. So it's pretty it's pretty crucial. The role of fat and EMA in our system is pretty important, but I'm pretty conscious of having too much fat in the system and being able to negate that by using bulls with high EMAs. So most of the bulls I use are at least double breed average for EMA to try and compensate for the fat. The mature pattern, very important again for us. You know, increasing the trends in growth, muscling, marbling and fat using EBVs is pretty straightforward. But the challenge ahead of us is to control the frame size of our cows. It's a fundamental, and it has huge influence on how they handle the big variations in seasonal climate conditions. This slide here is, there are two summary reports. One of them is from 2014, which is the one on the left-hand side, and the other one is from 2015. So the one on the left-hand side is from August, and the one on the right-hand side is from June. So the one on the left-hand side illustrates basically how we've progressed in 12 months. The little green line on the top, just up here, is how many fell within the master grade, and the one on the right-hand side at 21 is how many fell out. So we're about roughly just under 50% made the master grade there. They'd been on fodder beet for 90 days, so what we found is the longer they've been on fodder beet, usually the better they marble. But you can see that the arrow on the left-hand side column, which is just here, shows that the marbling was just at the bottom end of the high. And then on the sheet on the right-hand side, you can see that the marbling is significantly higher in 12 months' time, and they'd only been on fodder beet for 30 days. So the effect of the marbling genetically over one season basically is considerably improved. So the optimum range is the green. The marginal range is the yellow, and the outside, anything that falls out basically is in the red. The little triangle is what the regional average is, and the line is where our cattle fitted in. And I'm not sure whether you can see it properly, but there's a range. The range of where our cattle killed out at is displayed there as well. We actually had 3 animals this year, or last year, that fell out because they were too heavily marbled. And I found that quite hard to believe. They were marble score 8. So when that happened, I rang them up and said I didn't see any red lines in the top corner. So obviously if they're too lowly marbled, you can see the red on the left-hand side, but there doesn't seem to be one on the right-hand side. So I was a bit bemused about that, but they didn't really have an answer for me, but I see it probably is going to be something that's going to be happening more and more. So we've got a slide here on the economics of the beef EQ. It's pretty straightforward. They're currently paying 25 cents a kilogram over a 300 kg carcass weight, which is what our target is. It equates to $75 a head. We had 70% hit rate last year, which was up from 44 the previous year. So 2014 was 44. Last year was 70%. Over 1,350 animals. That equated to $68,000 premium last year. So the criteria, as you saw, for the reserve grade is mainly it's marbling, fat colour, meat colour, pH, ossification, and weight. So the 3 things that they fall out on mainly, this is nationwide, is the first one is marbling. So 60% of the animals that fall out of the master grade are because of marbling. The second next reason is fat, so they haven't got enough rib fat. And the third one is meat colour, which is all about pH and sort of the handling side of it. So, I mean, the first two are easily fixed with genetics, but the second one's more about how the animals are handled. Carcass quality genetics and where we get them from. So we get most of them from Australia, and the reason for this is Australia quite a bit ahead of New Zealand, because in the early 1990s they got access to the Japanese market, and to supply the Japanese market, obviously they were wanting marbling genetics, so there was a quantum leap basically in what the Australian Angus industry focused on. So that didn't happen in New Zealand, and as a result of that, we're probably a fair bit behind the Aussies. So Rennie Lee are probably leading the charge. In fact, they're miles ahead, I'd suggest, and we're fortunate enough to have sort of dovetailed into their breeding program. And what I really liked about their program, other than the carcass characteristics, were their breeding objectives were something that fitted very well with our own. So they only mate for 35 days, 2 cycles, got a strong background with fertility, and the carcass stuff's for free basically. So that's just a bonus on top. I've long been a fan of marbling, and certainly Rennie Lee are leading the charge there. The other thing I'll comment on is it does take time to get these genetics through your herd. You'll get much more consistency once the females are coming through that are by those higher marbling bulls. So you can get the odd result come through that's quite pleasing if you're just using high marbling sires, but until those genetics are through your female, then you're not going to be doing it consistently. Sorry, we're going backwards. Matching EBVs to beef EQ. So not sure how clearly you can see this, but this bull here is a bull that Brian found for me at Rennie Lee this year, and he's got everything we're looking for. He's got fantastic calving ease, he's got great gestation length, birth weight from 2.6 out to 120, drops to 91 for mature cow weight. He's -9 for calving ease, days to calving. He's 7.5 for EMA. He's +2 and 2.7 for rib and rump, and he's 3.8 for IMF. And when you put his indexes through on the New Zealand system, he's $237 for the Angus Pure Index, which is double average, and he's 197 for self-replacing. So these are the sort of bulls that we are targeting to take our herd to the next level. What are the EBVs we need to hit the beef EQ reserve grade? Well, obviously the most important one is IMF. As I said before, 60% are falling out because there's a lack of it. Again, because we're killing our cattle at 16 to 22 months, we've got to get as much growth in there as we possibly can. So it's very important to have 400 and 600 day growth that's really strong, and then we want them to stop growing. We want them to grow as fast as they possibly can to 2 years old and then stop growing. Rib and rump fat, again, pretty important, and eye muscle area, obviously, to negate the negatives of the fat. So, as I've said before, the challenges to the hit rates are marbling, meat colour, fat colour, ossification, and docility. So you've got to have quiet cattle, because the relationship between pH and meat colour is pretty important, and if you've got cattle that aren't quiet, it's going to cost you big time. Ossification's quite a big one too. We find that we have a much higher success rate with the beef EQ with our steers and our heifers. So once the heifers start laying down a bit of fat and a bit of what's the ossifications around the cartilage in the backbone, sorry. So once the cartilage in the backbone starts going from cartilage to bone, then the process of aging speeds up really quickly, and the meat fibre becomes a lot tougher, and it just has a negative effect on how they grade. How much marbling is enough? Well, historically we've been using bulls that are sort of 2.5 to 3.5 for IMF EBV. 3 disqualified for 8+. Last year we had a heifer in the stake of origin that marble scored 7 and 2 that marble scored 6 at 17 months off grass. The last couple of years we've been using bulls with EBVs of 3.5 to 6. So where we go from here, I don't know. It's probably only going to get better and better. So what's the relationship between the Angus Pure Index and the relevance to beef EQ? Obviously, the Angus Pure Index has got a fairly high weighting on 4 to 600 day. It's got a strong weighting on early maturity. So the Silver Fern Farms people tell us that their average kill weight is 270 kilos, and they're just not finished enough. So we need cattle that mature early, but we need them to grow as fast as they possibly can to get there. So 400 and 600 day, very important. Early maturity, obviously. High weighting on marbling in the Angus Pure Index, and low mature cow weight. So there's a pretty strong correlation between the Angus Pure Index and the beef EQ. What are the management tools that we need to maximize our genetic potential? So the biggest thing is minimizing stress. With our animals, we walk them to the yards the night before. We have them in a holding paddock outside the yards with silage and access to water. We don't use hunterways on them. And we've just built a double loadout ramp, because I found last year that the cattle that we were loading upstairs, I was scanning every animal onto the truck, and the animals that went upstairs that you were having to get up a bit were not grading as well as the ones that were downstairs. So we've built this ramp, and we've probably sent 3 or 4 units out so far this year, and it's just effortless. So it's pretty important. Here's a few stats on the nutrition and hit rates on the beef EQ. So we started off last year, we're killing about 40% of our animals before they go onto fodder beet, straight off grass, and we're achieving about a 66% hit rate at 17 months. Then after 50 days on fodder beet, our hit rate went up to 86%. And after 80 days on fodder beet, it went up to 93%. So definitely helps, and it's a real win-win for us. Carcass weights empty in the yards before we send them, we're getting about a 54 to 56% yield, and the carcass weights at plant about 58% yield. That's empty, obviously. So some of the key messages, I mean, the first one obviously is there's no substitute for fertility. On a scale of 1 to 10, live calves on the ground every time comes through is a 10 out of 10 versus 3 out of 10 for carcass. So it's more important to have live calves on the ground. We scan all our replacements in our commercial herd for IMF and EMA, and we use those heifers. We take the bottom 15% off every year, and we have a once-bred heifer system with them, so we don't keep them as replacements. Anything that's in the bottom 15% get thrown out. The fact that they're in calf already when we scan them means that we do take a calf out of them, but we don't keep them beyond there. Genetics, obviously, hugely important in the success for the Beef EQ program. Nutrition, I mean, they've got to be growing every day of their lives if they can, especially if you're targeting 300 kilos at sort of 16 to 22 months, and nutrition, extremely important as well. We had steers on red clover with a bolus inside them this spring, and they did 2.25 a day for the first 60 days, and they averaged 1.75 for the duration of the 100 days that they were on the clover with a bolus inside them. So we're targeting a kilo and a half a day from the time they come off the crops on the hill country in the winter to kill date. So they've got to be growing really every day of their lives. And obviously management's pretty key. We've gone from 44% to 70%, and it's all about the little things. So we're just getting better and better every year. I'd like to think that we can get to 80% this year, and we can just keep climbing slowly. We're just learning new things all the time, but if you haven't got the genetics in the first place, and until those genetics start coming through your females, it's going to be slow going. But once you're there, it's pretty satisfying.
We've got time for a few questions. So, over.
Yes, the results from your once calved heifers, how did they go on the carcasses?
After we've weaned the calf, they're pretty average, to be fair. Mainly fall out on ossification. Probably only about a 35% hit rate. So, yeah, they're not great. Females are hard work. Is it an opportunity? Yeah, I think you know that the estrogen in the system that promotes the onset of ossification, it's going to be hard to work against that, Will. But I mean, we've tried everything really. We've tried to put a bit more weight on them, but you know, we've got a production system that sort of, it's a bit limiting. We don't want to be carrying those heifers through the second winter, so they need to be gone before they reach that sort of, other than the system doesn't allow for anything over 24 months, so Beef EQ won't take anything that's over 36 months.
Kerry, you talked about handful went over, marble score 8. Do you see any issues once you get more of this marbling genetics into your cow herd that you'll have topped out? You'll have gone far enough?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I spoke to Mark's Foods, who take most of the Beef EQ product into the States, and they come over to New Zealand every year just on a sort of a promotional type visit. And Justin Marks was telling me that they've definitely got a market for that meat, the more highly marbled stuff. The difficulty would be, at this stage, within New Zealand, is getting enough product to actually drive a market, because you'd need the consistency and you'd also need the volume of supply. I think it's going to happen. I mean, I was talking to Gerald Hargraves earlier on, and I was making speeches about IMF 5, 6, 7 years ago, and people would look at you as if you had two heads, I mean, and I told them that one day we're going to get rewarded for marbling, and it's happened. And we'll get to the next level at some stage, but when that is, I don't know, but it'll happen.
If they weren't Angus and were probably called some other breed, starting with a W, then you would probably get quite well paid for them, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would. I mean, I've got a story about that too. I mean, we did a trial test last year, and it's not commercially sensitive or anything. It might have been 2 years ago with First Light Foods. So we killed a line of animals. First Light Foods, for those of you who are unaware, have got a Wagyu F1 program, and they've got $10 million from the government or for the PGB fund to build a market and a system for producing high quality marbled beef. And we killed several unit loads of beef, and they were compared with the F1 Wagyu cross product, and they were as good, if not better. That we then had a blind tasting, and the Mount Linton marble score 6 beef came out on top, and they were getting really excited about this product, mainly because we were able to finish the animals at least 12 months before the Wagyus were ready, because they'd just got no growth. Anyway, they asked us to kill a few more carcasses and send again to their consumers overseas. That we did that, and then the phone went quiet, and I was chasing them up, and he said, listen, at the end of the day, they loved the product, but because it didn't have the Wagyu name around it, they didn't want to pay a premium for it. So the product was as good, if not better, but because it didn't have a W in front of it, sorry.
Couple quick questions, if you don't mind. Do you anticipate, with selecting for earlier maturity, that you might have maybe an increase in ossification in the future at all?
Ossification?
Yeah.
With the females.
With the animals you're feeding. And
yeah,
killing?
it doesn't seem to be a problem with the steers.
Okay.
But definitely with the heifers.
Okay, I was just curious. And will you look at? Notice you had a yield side. Will you track that? And how much more have you looked at? How much more you might get paid for higher yielding cattle in the system as well?
Are you talking about retail beef yield?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting question. I'm not chasing retail beef yield. I'm chasing a quality product, and I fully understand that the feedlot people are not interested in a lot of the cattle that we breed, but I can't afford not to have that fat in my beef cow herd. So I fully understand where the feedlot guys are coming from in terms of retail beef yield, but for me, under our climatic conditions, I just can't afford not to have that fat in our system. But I can hear you.
Who most wants the marbled meat? The export people or New Zealanders? Or is it all the same?
The question was who's wanting the marbled beef? Is it New Zealand domestic or is it export? At the moment, it's almost exclusively export, and they just can't get enough of it. They said the grass-fed's overtaken the grain-fed in Australia. I think that's true, Brian.
I think about 50 or 60% of cattle are fed on grain, but Australia's always had a lot of grass-fed product, but there's a lot more branded products of high quality grass-fed.
Yeah.
But they're not marbling like this.
Yeah. So yeah, the demand, to answer your question, the demand is 90% of it's overseas at the moment. Come and see me afterwards.
All right. Okay, we'll leave it there, and Kerry's around here for the afternoon. So thank you very much for a very informative presentation and a very practical example of genetics paying out on farm. Okay. Moving along, our next speaker is keen to get out of the blocks, as Dr. Steve Miller from who's a principal scientist at Ag Research at Invermay. Steve has worked for 14 years in Guelph in livestock genetics. And actually, while I'm introducing Steve, there's someone else who works closely with Steve who's here this afternoon is Dr. Jason Archer, who's over here from Abacus Bio, and Jason is heavily involved in the beef and lamb genetics program, leads the progeny test, and not a week goes by that these two aren't collaborating together on something behind the scenes with us. So yeah, thanks to Jason as well. Anyway, I'll push on, and Steve's going to talk to us about what's driving maternal performance. Thank you.
Thanks, Graham. I guess I think this might be the third Beef Expo I've been at now, so I've been in the country 2.5 years, and I find I've got to talk for about 20 words before people start listening to me, because it takes about 20 words before they pin the accent. So if you're a couple hours north of Niagara Falls, that's where the accent comes from, but I live about 30 minutes below Dunedin at the moment. In Invermay, been there. So the title was given to me, Like to Talk Beef Cows. So I thought if we're going to talk, could be a bit interactive, so I thought I'd give you guys a little bit of something to do as well. If from a science perspective, I don't think I really have to tell everyone in the room here what makes a productive beef cow, because we've actually already heard the answer a couple times today. And so what I'd like to do is get you thinking about, if you were to write up a job advertisement for a beef cow, what would it read like? And and I just pulled this off Trade Me this week, and for our friends from the US or Australia, this is basically where everyone goes to buy or sell something in New Zealand. And so here's a job advertisement, and it gets down to the nitty-gritty here. We are looking for a motivated, honest person that can work in a team and alone. Must have 3 to 4 broken-in dogs, accommodation provided. So there's a must-have. If you're going to hire somebody, there's something that they absolutely must have. In this case, he has to come with working. So I want you to think about what's the must-have for a beef cow. We'll come back to it. So I did a little bit like all kind of academics. You go to the scientific literature and you do a bit of background on this. And there's been a lot of work done. This was a review that was presented in 2002, and Tom Jenkins and Cal Farrell at the USDA Mark have done a lot of work around beef cow efficiency. But if you look at the reference list, the thing that's common amongst all these publications that they referenced around beef cow efficiency is a lot of it is basically the end of last century. A lot of work done in the 80s and 90s about what makes productive beef cows, different breeds, different sizes, milk yield high and low. And if you look second to the bottom there, you'll see some New Zealand work as well, Chris Morris and colleagues out of Ag Research. There's been a lot of work done around beef cow efficiency. So what is it? What makes the best cow? Big cows, small cows, more milk, less milk? And I'm going to come back to something here. As I was digging through these things, and I actually put this in here, it might, I think I know it'll ring a bit with Wayne and Wayne's presentation for Tuesday around feed intake, and basically what Tom Jenkins kind of summarized there is cows that have an ability to have a higher appetite potential when there's lots of feed available actually have got better reproduction when time is limited, and I think is quite interesting. I think it ties in with what others had mentioned here today. So we want cows that can actually, when the feed's there, put on some condition. So I've got bolded there kind of my key message, in that if you look at these different studies, do cows with more milk or less milk, or big cows or small cows, we can push up cow size, we can push up performance, we can push up milk yield, but the minute reproduction starts to fall away, it's all over. Basically, it all, as I've learned in New Zealand, the term is it all goes to custard, right? So you say, well, how far can we push these cows? As soon as you get to the point where reproduction starts to fall off, it's all over in terms of the economics. And that's, if I was to summarize all those genetic studies, that's basically the take-home message. So reproduction is really important. Cow size. So Carrie touched on this a little bit. Do bigger cows eat more? Yes, bigger cows eat more. And this, I had to convert this because I had it in pounds, but I've converted it here to kilograms. I hope I've done it right. But we've got different cow sizes there, 450 kilogram cows up to 640 kilogram cows. And that's their energy requirement during lactation along the left-hand side. And there's cows there with different genetic potential for milk yield. basically 29% more feed for the bigger cow. And the question is that bigger cow actually bringing in enough calf to justify that extra feed? So again, what I think what Carrie was saying, moderating cow size, selecting for growth rate, but at the same time putting downward pressure on mature cow size. Why? Bigger cows eat more. We could run more cows if they weren't as big. So we're interested in cow size. This is a slide borrowed from Bob Weber at Kansas State, and we're on a program once together about cow efficiency, and Bob heads this slide, and I think we could show some similar slides in New Zealand. But here we got cow weight across the bottom, and the cow's calf weight up the left-hand side. And we got multiple screens, so I don't really think I have to point too much at that one. I don't think the pointer's working anyways. But what you can see here is here we got multiple cows all around 1,300 pounds, but a huge range in calf weights. So the cows are the same size, but they're producing vast differences in calf size. Or look the other way, we could say, well, we could actually get the same size calf out of a much smaller cow. And this is just the calves are adjusted for. They're all adjusted to the same age and adjusted for age of dam and all that stuff. But there's a huge range in calf size for a given size of cow, and I think that's really what we're going to try and target with the genetics is how can we get the calves out of a smaller cow. So I'll come back to the job ad. What's the must-have? So kind of a loaded question. Neil, if I was to give you a must-have for a beef cow, what would it be? Fertility. Thanks, Neil. I know the audience a little bit to get the answer I wanted. So I wrote this one up. You know, it's a 10,000 stock unit property running sheep and cattle. We're looking for mother cows to join our herd. We're looking for cows that will cover the ruggedest country and clean up the roughest feed. Applicants must work well within the herd or in calving alone and must calve every year. Cows whose calves meet customer specifications are preferred. And I think that's ties in with what Carrie said. He had 10 to 10 on fertility and 3 on carcass. You know, if you don't have the calf, the carcass doesn't really matter. But if we can add the carcass to the cows, that's even better. And I'm not going to touch on carcass again, not because I don't think it's important, but we're going to talk about cows today and maternal performance. No accommodation will be provided. So where are we with the maternal productivity project? Beef and lamb project. We're on 4 different properties here, from Methven down to Mount Linton, and the goal here is 10,000 cows. So there's these properties that we're on, but what Graham showed earlier for the progeny test properties, there's 2,100 cows being mated there as well that Jason's coordinating, and basically there's body condition scores and cow weights and DNA taken on those cows as well. So when you put the whole project together, we're going to hit 10,000 cows is the goal. And that's across stud and commercial, Angus and Hereford, and on the mother cow side, and DNA from all these females. So the team, and I have with me here Anna Boyd. She's let her hair down for these couple days, but when she puts her hair up and she's in the yards, she really goes through the cows. And here she is. Body condition scoring, a Hereford here, and you see she's got her hands on the cow, so she's actually had her hands on thousands of cows now doing body condition scores and measurements. So I get to stand up here today and make the presentation, but I really got to take my hat off to Anna that basically does the field work, and she's out here doing all these measurements. So where are we? We're at Halden Station, 350 Hereford and 150 Angus cows there. Carrie's place, again, it's about 3,000 cows across 800 studs, and the balance at commercial. And Carrie will tell you, Anna's always on them, that no cow goes missed. Basically, she makes sure that they all get done. The peacocks, and Robert, I heard your voice behind me earlier, so I knew you were here. But Rory Gorge, 200 Hereford stud cattle. And at Longspur, the Innes's up at Methven, 200, a straight commercial operation with 200 Hereford females. So we're basically at these properties. The goal is pre-calving, calf marking, and again at weaning. So how long does it take? And I want to do this little demonstration. I told Anna I was going to do this story about, it could impress me because I went down on this particular data, Mount Linton, when they ran the stud cows through, and just how fast we got through this group of cows. And Anna was quick to say, "Well, that's not as fast as we can go. You know, we could. That's not. You know, we could go faster." And we had to retag some of those cows. And I said, "Well, it's still. I thought it was still pretty impressive." So this is the first cow in the group went through at 2:53 p.m. So that's after we'd done all the calves and everything in the morning. The last cow went through at 5:42 p.m. I remember it was raining. I was undercover, luckily. And so that's 538 cows, mature age cows, in 2 hours and 49 minutes. That's 19 seconds per cow. So that's Anna, you know, on her hand on every one of those cows, calling out the scores, cow weights. Now, we didn't have to DNA sample. All that stuff had been done. The EID tags are already in the cows, so that's just running them through at speed. And I think it's a bit of a testament to the team pushing them up the race as well, obviously, to get that many through in that length of time. So this is, again, how can you do that? EIDs, commercial data at speed. Why are we interested in body condition scoring? And I point out Anna, because if you're interested in body condition scoring and you want to talk about body condition scores, please catch up with her. She's here through till Tuesday. Cows in lower body condition score are less likely to rebreed, and this is a slide Jason provided. This is from the progeny test herds, the 4 commercial sites. Body condition scores on those cows across 2 years now, basically showing once you start dropping below about a body condition score of 6, this is when fertility really starts to drop off. So we want to, obviously, we don't want cows at that body condition score. We want to push them up a bit. These are, again, commercial cows in commercial conditions. There has been a bunch of work done on the stud side around body condition score. And if you look up, once you get up to a higher level of body condition, you'll see doesn't have a big impact on fertility. So I think sometimes if we're looking at stud data, we might do some genetic analysis and say, well, body condition score really didn't add much information around fertility. But I think with our commercial data, we might find something different because we're working at the other end of the curve. Cows are pushed harder, and in Canada we use the term they're in their working clothes. I don't know if you use the same thing. So what are some of the ranges? So this is Mount Linton Angus cows, mature age cows, body condition scores at 2 different time points here last year, mating and weaning. And I think what you see there is, yeah, most cows are 6+, but there's still some cows, 5, 5.5. And again, a pretty wide distribution in scores. So from 4 right up to 8, basically. So there is a range, a commercial range in body condition score and cow weight that we're getting with the data. I use this set of results from Halden to kind of show how cows can change. And this is the same story. So we're seeing the same thing at Halden, which Kerry just told you happens at his place. If we look, for example, here, pre-calving in 2014 are the orange bars. And you'll see, well, let's go back one, first year we did this weaning of 2014 are the blue bars. And you'll see, the 2 biggest bars are kind of at a 6 and a 6.5 score. They go through a tough winter. They come up pre-calving. They're now down 5, 5.5. Okay, so they've dropped at least they've dropped a full condition score. Then they come up here, calf marking time, mating time. And they've piled that condition back on again, and we're up again 6+, the gray bars. So they basically come from weaning, lost a bunch of weight over winter, and put it right back on again. Come up to mating, and then they drop back a bit more, come weaning. And the other thing that you'll see here is we've got more variation in our body condition scores at weaning than we do at mating. So basically at mating, it tends to be all the cows are getting up in better condition. And we've got more spread starts to come around again come weaning time. So one of the things, so we've been collecting DNA in all the cows, and that'll let us through genomics to basically build a relationship matrix even with the commercial cows. The benefit we have with the Halden Herefords is that at Halden they're actually they're doing calving beats, so they're matching up all the cows. We've got a pedigree in all the animals. And Neil Cullen, who's pictured here at Ruakura at Ag Research, has been doing genetic analysis with Halden data for a lot of years. And so he's got a historic pedigree file. So we could basically treat this as a genetic analysis with a pedigree, recorded pedigree, and look at what is the condition scores and weights that we're taking there on these cows. Is it heritable? What's the correlation? So Neil ran this analysis for me, and I'm grateful to him for that. And you'll see that we've been there 7 times now since weaning 2014. So we got 7 sets of measurements throughout the year. So this is results, heritabilities, repeatabilities for body condition score and cow weight. So what we're seeing here, body condition score. So that 0.2 number there. So you see BCS is body condition score, and we've got a 0.2 and a 0.34. The 0.2 is a heritability, and the 0.34 is the repeatability. And then beside it here is live weight. Heritability is 0.4, and repeatability is 0.75. So what's the repeatability? That's actually the kind of the phenotypic correlation from one measurement to the next. And the heritability is what proportion of the variation that we see is actually due to genetics. So body condition score heritability 0.2, you know, that's something similar to weaning weight, for example. So it's what we call moderately heritable. So I said, Annie, you should feel good because these body condition score measurements you're taking, although they're categorical, you know, you're scoring cows, 6, is she 6, she's 6.5. There's a real genetic component there. If the data was just random noise, the heritability would be 0. So I wouldn't expect anything better really than a 0.2 for body condition score heritability. I think that's really good. Live weight is higher, and I think for mature cow weight of around 0.4, that's in line with what we see with breed plan data. So the data I think is coming up. Again, this is some early results. The one thing we do find, though, again, go back to the story with weaning weight. At weaning time, we're seeing a bit more variation, and we think that's contributing to a higher heritability at weaning time. So body condition score there is 0.27 at weaning and 0.43 for live weight at weaning. And we've adjusted for the calf's weight. So if a cow's lost condition because she had a bigger calf, we put that in the model. So we tried to put that effect in the model. So it's kind of her body condition score independent of how big her calf was. Then I said to Neil, well, let's treat, we got 3 different time points. We've got pre-calving measurements, we've got mating measurements, we've got weaning measurements. Let's consider them as different traits. So that lets us say, okay, what's the genetic correlation between the body condition score at pre-calving and one at mating and one at weaning? And basically what he finds here is the correlation is almost 1. It's pretty much 1 between those different measurements, which is good news. He's saying if we want to rank animals genetically, it doesn't really matter if we took the measurements at any of those 3 time points. The genetics are basically going to rank the same for body condition, although they're at different mean levels. Obviously, pre-calving they were the lowest, and then coming up again for mating and weaning. Same for weight, very similar. Got the red card. I got to burn through it here. Correlations of almost 1 between our different time points. So I guess I consider the story as kind of like you bought the cow, you bred her, now we have a calf on the ground. The story's not over yet. We still got to raise this calf and see what it's going to turn out to be. But we've got some conclusions I think we can make so far. So far, it looks as though body condition score is heritable, about 0.25 across all the measures, which I think is really good for the trait we're dealing with. It appears more heritable at weaning. We think it's due because we got more variation at weaning. And the genetic correlation amongst the different time points seems to be pretty high. If we get low density genotypes in all these commercial cows, we can actually redo this analysis using, for example, the 2,000+ commercial cows we get out of Kerry's herd every year on the Angus side. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Steve. We've got time for a quick question.
And can you hear that better now? So it's a real worry for us that there's a lot of emphasis going on mature cow weight, when the mature cow weight figures that the Angus breed anyway produce do not take any consideration for condition score. And we've been supplying that information for, I don't know, 20 years. It's all sitting there somewhere in ABRI, but they won't use it. So for us to get a low mature cow weight, it's a skinny cow.
Yep. So thanks. No, I could hear you I think everyone could probably hear you at the very beginning as well. But so there's maybe a couple things to bring up there. Just go back to, so if we have body condition, that's, I guess, yeah, so that's why we're interested in the body condition scores, partly for that reason. Just around, Wayne mentioned earlier about working together with the Australians on a trans-Tasman kind of maternal efficiency project. One of the goals in that project would be linking in with breed plan, what body condition score measurements are in the database, like what you say. And actually, I know the data is because I've been at AgBoo and we've talked potentially about the project, and he brought up his computer screen, and I said, well, I know there's one breeder over there who's been doing a lot of body condition scoring, and sure enough, the stuff is there. So you're right, there's data in the database, and basically do a full genetic analysis on the data that's there. I have spoken to some the folks at ABRI, and they said, well, they did have a look at body condition score years ago, and at that time they didn't see enough in it to do an EBV for it. So part of the, well, more data, new genetics. Let's have a new look at the data, but also I think from the commercial point of view, the story might be a bit different. I think that's what we're seeing here. Is we're actually seeing on a commercial basis, we're getting cows that are getting in that under 6 score range, in which case then it does have an impact on fertility. So I think if you go back to that cow, if we just select on mature cow weight, what you're saying, you could just be selecting for cows that don't maintain their condition, and that would be a bad thing. But if you actually at the same time had a body condition score EBV, then you can use the one in light of the other and not fall into that trap, I guess is the point. Wayne?
The carcass EBV for rib fat depth is quite highly genetically correlated with cow body condition. So if you want to improve body condition of cows, the tools are there already through using the carcass rib and rump fat EBVs. And at the moment, they would be more accurate to use those rib and rump fat EBVs on young animals than to use the body condition of cows, because it's hard for breed plan to get body condition in cows that's sufficiently accurate that the heritabilities are as good as what we saw here.
If you select for heavy milking small frame cows, is there not a trade-off with growth? If you select for heavy milking small framed cows, does this not impact on your 600-day growth?
Yeah. So there's a positive correlation between 600-day or your growth breeding values and mature cow weight, but it's not one. So just like we can try and breed to, and I want to put a slide together about this, and I just couldn't think of a good way to express it really, but we look at, for example, I think we've done a really good job of breaking the antagonism between birth weight and growth. So guys have been doing a really good job of cranking up the growth without creating a bunch of calving wrecks, so they've kept the birth weight down. The same mechanism really is put the downward pressure on mature cow weight and bend the growth curve the other way. So low at the beginning, low birth weight, rapid growth, mature off early. I think that's the ultimate goal. And because that correlation is not one, we can do that. But it takes people actually. Obviously, they got to select the right bulls, but the EBVs for the bulls have to be accurate, which requires data. So guys have to accurately weigh their cows, get that data into breed plan in order to get the breeding values in the bulls to be accurate so they can actually drive the mature cow weight down. So if you just select for small cows, you'll just drop growth.
it's not really a question. It's just about the if you're selecting for mature cow weight and you're worried about the skinny cows being the ones with the low mature cow size. Well, I'd suggest that you shouldn't be selling bulls out of skinny cows anyway, and they're the ones that should be perhaps being culled from your herd anyway.
One thing you've got to mature cow weight in Australia is a very poorly recorded trait. I mean, it's a simple trait to record, but up until a few years ago, about only 10 or 15% of cows in the Australian database were recorded, and it's risen slightly. So it's a poorly recorded trait, and I acknowledge what was said down there because it's an important issue. If you're weighing cows and you don't have... The problem's been the condition scoring, and you'll get... If you confuse low mature cow weight, they could be the worst cows in the herd. So I could mention a couple of bulls where high accuracy bulls that have low mature cow weights, but they're very negative for fat. So the combination of the two will actually accentuate a problem because you're going to get harder doing probably... They could be high milking cattle, but they may not be. But Angus cattle are probably milk too much to a fault anyway. So you've got to look at the data and work out. And unfortunately, with mature cow weights, you don't find any of these things out till quite, they're 7-year-old. The cows are 5, 6, 7 years old. And I suppose that's where genomics might be a big advantage.
Thanks very much, Steve, for a thorough and informative presentation. Really good to see some data coming out of these projects. Next up, we've got one of our own, Max Tweedy. Max joined Beef and Lamb Genetics at the end of last year and has come on board with a lot of enthusiasm. Max has got a background in agriculture with a degree at Linton and got Australianised at Armidale before he came on board. And Max is from Northern Hawke's Bay and has a background in sheep and beef breeding and is heavily involved previously and I think currently a wee bit with Angus. So anyway, Max is going to talk to us about the value of carcass data. Cheers.
I promise I'm not biased. Rightio, I'm just going to keep this nice and quick. Afterwards, there's an Angus AGM, so we'll just rip through it. Rightio. We're going to start off with a question that is, how do we estimate or how do we evaluate animals for genetic merit? And that comes down to a few things we need before we jump into this carcass data question. And that begins with fixed and random effects. We need to know a few things before we can estimate how much is genetic merit and how much is passed on to the next generation. The first thing is sex. Sex in relation to females have they grow slower to males, and there's a sex difference. Age, we know age affects the way an animal performs. A calf born the first cycle is at an advantage to a calf born the third cycle, and so on. And we know we have effects like herd and contemporary management and the way those like with like can be compared. So there's all these different factors that need to be accounted for if we're going to estimate the amount of merit that is genetic. And of course the other side, which is known as genetic effects, and that's things like heritability, so how much of the variation we see in a trait is genetic. Taking into account all known, all possible information, so parents, siblings, to make a more informed decision. And of course, correlated traits. So we know that we can estimate growth from birth weight and likewise for other things. But the point is if we're going to estimate how much is genetic merit, then we need to simultaneously estimate these. We need to bring them in together, and we use a system called breed plan in beef, and with that we produce unbiased estimates of the genetic merit of an animal as a parent compared to other animals. The important part is as a parent. Rightio, now I come back to the original question, and it starts basic. It's, can we assess the average animal in the works for carcass quality? Can we do that? There's a few nods, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, that's a good start. And the second one is, can we use those animals in the works, everyday carcasses, can we assess those for genetic merit? Is there nods or is there shakes? Or when we look at those animals, do we have fixed and random effects? Can we account for those things? And can we account for genetic effects? Something we maybe can. But the point is that without these basic things like parentage, accounting for all known information, age, accounting for how old that animal is and how it affected its performance or its phenotype, and of course the last one being contemporary grouping, comparing like with like. And so unless we have that information, we can't assess your average carcass in the works. So have a think about and remember that. Okie doke. Now how can we get this data? If we wanted to get that information in the works, how can we get it? What animals could we use? And would they be valuable? The first one is cull stud bulls and heifers. I guess we could, we could kill a selection of cull stud bulls, and there'd be a few that would represent a range of size, I guess, and we could collect some from cull heifers as well. But at the end of the day, it's a small amount. It's low effectiveness. It's not a very good population or data set to work with. It's quite small. And then, of course, we have research stations, which New Zealand doesn't have in beef. We could have a look at that, I guess. We could look at commercial performance recorded herds, so places that don't keep calves entire. We could grab the steers out of those. That'd be great. There's not a lot of that in New Zealand, but we could use that information. Or we could use a thing called a progeny test, where we could spread the cost and record a number of traits and have a look at being able to collect that carcass data alongside other things. And so that's quite relevant. And you'll find that BLG is doing one of those. Isn't that handy? Rightio, now we come back to this question, how is carcass traits measured? The first one, and I know there's been a bit of a marbling thing today, and I'm not all biased towards marbling, but neither am I the other way. The point is we can collect it, and it's highly useful information. The first part is we can collect it via chemically extracted IMF samples. And this is where from the ribeye, we take a sample and we extract the fat. And we see exactly as a percentage how much of that sample is fat. And so that's the raw thing. That's the holy grail of collecting marbling. But of course we do damage that product. And that's a really important thing. We also have things like lab tests where we can measure shear force or tenderness, how easy it is to push something through another thing for tenderness. And of course, the older generation had to have beef that was nice and tender and easy to cook. And of course, cooking loss, which isn't really a directly eating quality measure. But we have that, and we have another thing here called abattoir carcass grading. And this is when the carcass is hung up. We check that carcass out and we look at it for carcass quality. Now this is highly useful information. And at this stage, New Zealand has never collected this type of data. It's hard to believe, but we've never gone to the works and looked at the carcass hung up. We've only ever collected measurements in the live animal. So what we can do, we can collect that via our systems like MSA, Meat Standards Australia. It's a system where we can record multiple eating quality traits and grade them against a card. We've got MSA, Meat Standards Australia, and now in New Zealand we've got Beef EQ through the Silverfern Farm system. There's a number of ways we can measure these eating quality traits, but not all of them create data that is submittable to BreedPlan. It's a really, really useful information. It also gives us a chance to measure things like retail beef yield or dressing percentage and carcass weight, which otherwise are just correlated traits. You can't measure how an animal hung up for evaluation in terms of weight unless you actually go out there and do it. So really useful data. And we've never collected that information before. Rightio. And the other option is in the live animal, and this is at 400 days ultrasound scanning. We know in the stud world that's a pretty common measure, and it's a fantastic way to show genetic differences. We measure eye muscle area, we measure marbling, or intramuscular fat, rib and rump fat, and they are all fantastic measures. It's a cheap and easy way to show differences between animals. And the important thing is that we need live data or information collected at the abattoir to underpin that. And that's a really important message to take home. So we need to collect this sort of information. Now I'm going to show you a table here that compares ultrasound scanning in effect to some of that carcass information when it's hung up. And it's a little bit controversial, but we start with this thing called OzMeat marble score, which we talked about. OzMeat and MSA, there are two ways to measure marbling hung up in the animal. And that's on the top line. So we've compared it and we've looked at that, and it has a genetic correlation of 0.99. A genetic correlation of 0 means the traits are, they're not correlated, they're not the same thing. And then at 1 is the ultimate, they're the same trait. So on the top we can see that OzMeat and MSA, same thing. And we come down to here and we look at carcass intramuscular percentage, or that extracted sample, and we compare that to OzMeat marble score. And we know that we can predict the exact marbling percentage to a point almost identically with OzMeat marble, by using OzMeat marble score. So if we hang an animal up, we can compare what it's like to the T. And we can see that those two values have a low standard error. They're not going to fluctuate at a given accuracy, a heck of a lot. And then of course we have scan marbling, the third one, and we can comparing scan marbling to OzMeat marble score. And we can see that's a little bit lower. It's to the 0.65. So they're not quite as high, and it's not saying they're quite as well correlated as some of these other traits, but still a useful and excellent measure of to show differences between animals. Then of course the last one, we look at scan rib fat, scan rump fat, and eye muscle area, and we compare those to MSA and OzMeat, and we can see that those are just about bang on, they're the same thing. So the only variation there is a little bit is this marbling, and that's across breeds. The important thing to take away from that is scanning is very useful, less so for marbling, but really important. And we need to do that to show genetic differences. New Zealand's never collected carcass data in the abattoir before, so I'm going to remind you that. And that information is really important in underpinning good selection and good measurement and give you accuracy. Rightio. We can measure these traits in other ways, and the first one is genomics, and we've heard a bit about that today from Charles. And allows us to predict the performance of an animal from a gene test and do it early. And I've said it before, but it allows us to, with a simple test, to predict whether or not the calf in front of you is going to be a Richie McCaw or a club rugby player. And that's developing as we collect more animals, get a better reference group, and develop that data set. So that's fantastic information. We have things like trait correlations where we predict the performance on one trait from another. So we know that animals with high retail beef yield or dressing percentage tend to be a bit leaner. So we can use one thing to predict another. And then of course we've got other opportunities in the future, like hyperspectral imaging. We can take a photo with the camera and tell a carcass and value from there. Another thing that RGBD cameras, which is just like on your Xbox, although I was never allowed one, and really compares the animal across the tissue, across the animal at 400 days. So that's developing opportunities, but okie doke. Now, if we could collect this data, what would it be worth? I said it before, we've never collected it before. The important thing is that we can ramp up selection accuracy, and what I'm really talking about here is that carcass graded data, that carcass information in the works. We can ramp up selection accuracy because those EBVs become a fairer estimate, or they're a high percentage. And we can reduce our confidence intervals. So confidence intervals is how much a given EBV will fluctuate at a certain accuracy. So we know that we can increase our confidence intervals, and you as a breeder and as a buyer can have more confidence in that EBV. And of course, we never collect information like carcass weight and retail beef yield, which are key drivers. So we can collect that information also. I've just got a little table here. It's about heritability. So on the bottom side is percentage, or how much of a trait is, how much of that variation is genetic, and then the other side we have some EBV traits here. And we can see that at 0.3 or 30%, all of those traits are highly heritable, and we can make progress in them quickly. And in doing that, as we heard from Kerry, we can target and we can meet market specifications. We can add value to our bottom line. The important thing to remember here is that progress equals balance. So if we have lab tests and we have objective IMF, we carcass grade, and we get good genomics in time, we can make a lot more progress in that area, and we can meet market specifications. Add that 25 cents per kilo, and it's a lot better than what we're currently doing with trait correlations and trying to use one trait to measure another without directly measuring it in ultrasound scanning. So that's pretty important. And like I said, there's a variety of places we can get this, but the most important are progeny tests, the easiest, and spread the costs between breed societies. So I'm going to put a value on it in the marketplace. And so Meat Standards Australia have shown 25 years of research. It might be a bit high on the 25 years, but a heap of research historically that's shown that marbling is a key component, but that market specs can be met with better genetics. So we've got value there. Now I've put here $45 per head within beef EQ. That should really be $75 per head, because I base mine on a 15-cent premium. It should be 25-cent premium. But effectively what that means is that over the hectare there's a potential for $150 premium by hitting that grade. And that's not just Silver Fern Farms beef EQ. There's opportunities with Angus Pure and with Hereford Prime, and for meeting carcass quality and for targeting what the consumer's after. It's not about one individual trait, but a key trait to notice is that marbling, we heard it from Kerry, that a marble score lift of one marble score is worth $1 per kilo. That's pretty significant if you're getting $4. It's a 25% lift. Or in Australian markets, it's worth a 24% premium. So there's a lot of value in this. What we're looking at here on the left is in Silver Fern Farms beef EQ and those carcass quality grades, a series of measures they take. So a couple of these aren't eating quality based, like dressing percentage and carcass weight, but meat colour, fat colour, EMA, rib fat marbling, ossification, ultimate pH, affect eating quality. And then we think about some of the EBVs we have that we can directly influence them with. And on the side here, so ultimate pH, we're talking about dark cutting. And we know that quite a cattle at slaughter, they use less energy or less glycogen in the muscle, and so they're able to die. And that's, in terms of dark cutting, that's a benefit. So quite a cattle kill easier. And then we've got a heap of different EBVs there that with better underpinned objective measurement will make more progress in. But plenty of EBVs here, and we can do that easily. Rightio, and we've got one more here as a case study, and this is a group called Team Tamani in Australia. And we mentioned that New Zealand's never before collected abattoir graded data. These guys do it in 42 herds commercially every year and have done for 10 years. All of that information gets delivered back. They progeny test several young sires every year across commercial herds, and they do a certain level of performance recording. All of those animals are DNA'd, and they're followed through a long-fed system and through the production and value chain. And they get delivered massive premiums for having consistency in meeting market specifications. And it's got large flow-on effects. And all that information goes into breed plan, and they're collecting more information than New Zealand beef industry is recording on carcass. Heap. Okie doke. Take-home messages. If we want to estimate genetic merit, evaluate animals, we need age, contemporary grouping, and parentage. Remember that. Abattoir carcass data, we've never collected it before, is extremely important and underpins good selection. We need it, and it's high value. Ultrasound scanning is awesome for showing genetic differences. We need to use that, but it's really important that we get some live data. We get some abattoir data. Progeny testing is the key, and cattle with the right genetic package and makeup alongside good management will hit the market and deliver you better premiums. Yeah, thanks.
Questions for Max? There we go.
I'll come round here.
Max, you talked about the ultimate pH and the relationship that docility has to that, the docility EBV. Do you have any data on correlations between those that EBV and the ultimate pH?
What we do know is that ultimate pH is affected by docility, but how much, I can't give you that. Docility in itself is quite highly heritable, and what we're doing in the beef progeny test in August, before 400 days of age, is collecting docility scores on all animals within the crush, and looking at its, at that stage, looking at the variation in the trait. But in terms of exactly how much that underpins, I can't tell you. If anyone else can answer that question, that'd be fantastic. Yeah, Wayne might be able to.
So I can't give you a specific correlation between pH and docility. Our attitude is more focus on docility to make cattle that are easier to handle on the farm, manage your cattle nutrition to improve your pH. They are likely to be correlated, but if the heritability of pH is only 5% or less, then even if they're strongly correlated, it's still explaining a small percentage of pH. So my attitude is focus on docility for improving handling on farm, focus on management to improve your pH. So there's probably a link, but it's only going to explain a small percentage of pH.
Yeah, over to him. Annie? I'm going to run the microphone over.
Yeah, Max, I was just wondering if there was any data that came out of the Australian benchmarking program that sort of would give us an idea of the correlation between the ultrasound EMA of these animals and the actual carcass EMA at slaughter. Is there a sort of percentage correlation that's come out of that?
Yeah, so if we bring it back here, so we've got scan EMA in relation to MSA or OSMEAT eye muscle area, and that's 0.9 genetic correlation. The only difference is those animals were scanned just before they were killed, and they're also scanned at 400 days of age, whereas the standard EBV is only estimated at 400 days of age, so it's using live information in a year to predict how they'll kill maybe some time later. So what we're seeing there is just before slaughter. So. I must have misheard you. What was oh, okay.
When their progeny was slaughtered, was the sires EMA when their progeny was slaughtered, what was the correlation between the sires EMA and 3 years later when their progeny was slaughtered and the EMA was actually measured in the carcass?
So you're pretty much talking about standard error on an EBV with progeny information? Yep, is that...
I guess I'm interested to know if the prediction of the EMA of these sires that were in the trial, how close was it to when their progeny lines were slaughtered and their EMA was measured? What was the correlation between that and the predicted EMA?
Yeah, so what information I can give you is that within the Australian sire benchmarking program is that poorer animals got poorer and good animals got better. And so there was some re-ranking, but as it went, animals stayed within their virtually percentile band. So the estimates on EBVs with no progeny information is the really good stuff. That's how we get high accuracy and make good progress. That was it was pretty much reflected later on in terms of where they sat within the breed. So in terms of EMA specifically, I don't have a dead set answer to give you on that one, but I can tell you from my experience that that's probably how I'd expect it to be. Yeah, it works. EBVs in that sense works, and they're highly heritable, these carcass traits. Answer question. Yeah. Okay. One more thing. I just at 4:30, Future Beef New Zealand have an auction downstairs. It's a great initiative. They've supported me big time, and that'll. It's got an auction. We really need your cash, your hands up. The next generation of young fellas are coming along, and need to put me out my place. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Max. And I'd like to thank everyone for taking the time out this afternoon to come along to our program. I hope and I think you've found it very informative, and I'd like to thank all our speakers for their information this afternoon. Look, I'd like to remind you that On Tuesday morning, Beef and Lamb Genetics is hosting a breakfast here in this very room, and we've got a great lineup of speakers from Wayne, who you've already heard. We've got Jim Johnston from US Genetics, Zoetis Genetics, and Doreen Garrick, who's been hiding in the corner, or Professor Garrick's just been hiding around there. So please join us on Tuesday morning and have a great Beef Expo. Thank you.
At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. Genetics for profit.
got